everybody. We over here. Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. We are gonna be playing more Ace Attorney. Let me just pop it up on the screen for y'all. There we go. Okay, so it's been a bit since we played, of course. It's been a couple months. A month? 2 months. It's been 2 months on the dot. So I might struggle to remember what happened last. But I'm hoping we finish it today. That's what I'm hoping. It might be a long stretch hope, but I'm hoping. So let's do it. So I don't remember where we were. Was there somewhere else to go? No. Okay, right. I gotta remember that that's like the way back. Okay. Maybe this is enter. Okay. Let's see here. Let's head back out, because then I can talk to her. I guess I already talked to her to get kind of a sense of what we're doing. I guess I'll go talk to... I'll talk to Gumshoe. And see if what like I'll just read through what he has to say. Again, so that I kind of remember what we're doing. Darks. That's right, we traced it back to the store he'd bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a look where the tip was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match the dark knife? You bet. Down to less fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Okay. Joe Dark was 42. He's a businessman. What made him serial killing? He had someone with his car. An accident, but it transformed him into an animal. He killed him in. The Joker came up on the scene, was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems was pretty counterstandable. So conjecture, there wasn't a single shred of evidence. Well, he just turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled to murder his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Right, because Emma witnessed all the evidence. Or she witnessed the murder. Nick, do you know what I need to do next? Oh, I found it. We're on day 3. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. Yep, I found the plot. I can hear our voices. There he is! It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, That evidence was falsified. But the evidence was falsified? The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error and my responsibility as a prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. It may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing I had on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Okay, I'll present the picture first so that I remember. Hi Mari, welcome into the stream. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors Award trophy. It's alright. You're not too late. We kind of just started and found the plot. It took us a little bit to find the plot. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That's what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like up until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Okay, we'll talk to the other crime first. Could you tell us about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office that morning and then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard of the story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed would slice through any shield or armor. Second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of both of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize? Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue the matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Okay, well, let's go find Chief Gant. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? And the star. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Why would you say that? Ow, arm. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana, it all dates back to 2 years ago. Yeah, so she has motive to, like, lie. Major motive to lie. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Yeah, no, I studied on that too. I was like, huh? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up in our investigation. And that's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof of anything. You don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much of it as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. Angel had this voice first. I gave Angel the Pally Girl voice first. That was the only. It's like one of the only voices I know. I remembered like right off the bat. Specifically, any like all the voices that I like were single only to this case so far. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? And by that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. He had produced the most incredible evidence in cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh, yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared to confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Well then. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistence, but my answer is still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. Say, this design is based on an old Chinese parable, right? Yeah, everyone knows that. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it. Dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. but this one sounds much more exciting. Anyway, it kind of gets gory after that. I'll spare you the details. Aw, that's all he says. Dang it. Let me share a little of it. Shut. Okay. I don't know. I guess I'll just start trying things. Oh. I've been studying up on those case files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Can't believe Officer Marshall will do something such a thing. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Just... Rah! He's so close to getting it. That I need to go in there. How can I convince him? Is there anything else related to his room? No, there's nothing else relating to his room. I'm staring at it very closely. Chat, if you have any suggestions, feel free to yell at me. Bomb. Listen. I don't have one. I may have 3 tabs of evidence, but I don't have a bomb. I'm just gonna start doing random things again. No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with blood on it, detective? The handprint of the real murderer is gloved hands without any fingerprints. Shh. If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'd do better pleading with Edgeworth. The badge for funds. Okay. Detective, here's my 20 badge. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Nuff said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. For funsies. Oh. Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You knew that was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. Master... That has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Alright, I did that one. Not what I wanted. Hey, that powder's used in tracking fingerprints. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us. He did what? All I have is some flour. Are you okay, detective? Quick, run! Ach! He snoozed. If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Why am I not comforted? That's the ID card report, isn't it? Yeah, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Good Hitman, must have entered the room along with someone else. Someone with an executive office number. 77777777. That's 1 7's too many, Detective. Executive officer. I might just have a hunch. Yeah, but I don't know how to... I have evidence to combine together and yeet at Gumshoe. But I can't do that. Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Go back to Edgeworth? Okay. Ah. This, maybe? Come now, Wright. You can't seriously expect me just to sit down and chat with you about a case over a cup of tea. But this isn't related to the case, remember? You said so yourself. So I did. Chief Gant gave this to you on that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man. But sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. Certain detective comes to mind. Nope. Okay. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gap's office. Oh yeah, I already did this one. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. What side are you on, anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. But what's our best evidence? I don't know, maybe this. It seems everything in this case is designed to cast doubt on me. Hey, don't look at me. Yes, I went into the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Gant asked me to do something. To take evidence from a case stopped 6 months ago back to the prosecutor's office. I have a locker in there as well. Did you notice anything amiss when you were in the locker room? That room's always dark, and I was in a hurry. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Then how do I get the best evidence? Then what do I have to do at Edgeworth? Ah, examine. I didn't do examining. All right. I forgot about that. I wonder what he was writing before. Hi, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window over there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling on my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... You're having trouble reading. I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. It's a letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Ah. I just pocket it. Like. Oh my god. Like, I'll take that now. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! If he's ever- is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He's trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective. Thank you. Let's go. Here goes, Mr. Wright. The pot was where the vase is. Not the, sorry, the vase was where that safe is. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Go. Sorry. I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Hey, don't do that to my card! I hardly ever get a chance to get in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's go see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about all this. Also, I finally remembered my Gumshoe voice. Which isn't really a voice. It's just like... enthusiastic. I guess I'll talk first. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself on his at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one's ever touched that desk? No one except Chief Gant, and the cleaning lady, who's in here every morning. Still, 2 years have passed by since that incident. There can't be possibly any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came in here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's the only reason for coming in here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry? This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Yeah. Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Sorry. I can't really tell you, but I'm sus of that. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday. It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. That's not a very secure code if it's like checking every number. Like just number Wordle if it does that. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777777. Final ID card on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer that entered that room that day. You mean 77777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only be one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Hell yeah, oopsies. Hell yeah, I care to look inside. Let's do it. Is there any money there? How much did they have stashed away? Look, it's a I knew it. A shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Got a handprint on it. And this is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing like a shirt like that once. You think Chief Gant made up the design? I don't think so. Oh. Well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but useless until you can prove they have something to do with the case. I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here too. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Yeah, there is. There is very, very clearly. This cup. Oh no, that's the one I want. This jar. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. About like 2 days ago. Or yesterday. I don't remember what it was. Wasn't this a jar from a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment you just found? You mean this one? The one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in that safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Symbol fragments. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Shows what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I can piece this together again. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Oh, rotate, 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 rotate. Combine. There, if it's like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid this piece of jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey, guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Huh? There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. Yeah, I did notice that. I was trying to see if it was some kind of letter, but it doesn't seem to be a letter unless it's a very specific character that I don't know. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Yeah, I'm guessing that line, like, somehow points to him being a culprit, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna check it out. Sorry, I had to mute it for a second. Like, my guess is that this is a a character. Like this is a character, and then this is the piece that we just got. And so here it just looks like a bunch of dots of blood. But this probably has like character, maybe a part of his name. Or something. Something that incriminates him specifically. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief had is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots, but this one's a line. That is odd. Yeah. We're gonna find out real quick. Because I'm curious. We're gonna do my patented method. It's not patented at all. It's just a funky little thing that I discovered you could do in Google Drives. And Google, like with Google Google Slides. Yeah. I think you could do it in most school things, but I just usually did it in slides. But you can insert special characters. And you can draw what the character is. I can see if one matches. Yeah, I don't see any that match. So it could be that, but it also just could be something else instead. That would be, I think that's probably one of the ones. That or Ray. He'd have gone Ray. But I don't know. It's probably gonna like incriminate him in some way. I just don't know yet, and I can't cheese it by just looking up characters. If it was like a GA, if it was Ga, which I would recognize if it was Ga, then I'd be like, I mean, it could be. It could be that part of it's erased. If part of it was erased, I could see the claim that that's Ga. Like, if you flip it, if you were to flip it, move these two a little closer together, and then like edit this shape a little bit, you would be able to convince me it's a Ga. It also could be his name is very different. But I'm definitely thinking it's a Leon situation. I'm definitely thinking it's a 11037 situation. That it's gonna take the cast a ridiculously amount of time to figure out. Which, to be fair, this one isn't as obvious. 11037 is very obvious. This one I could technically see having 0 relevance, but I highly doubt that because he hid it in his safe. You know, I just don't know where it fits in. Okay, but now I need to prove that claw. Which I think is proved by this. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, detective. We do want you to share your information, though. Oh, who am I fooling? I never had anything useful to share to begin with. Got to stay positive. Okay, so we don't know what that might be from yet. Yeah, I don't know what that's from yet. What the other thing is from yet. This is the real deal, isn't it? The armor and these weapons? There is Belle. The chief doesn't care for imitations. Ganto. Yeah, that's just Gant. Yeah, I think Kaiji would be chief. Or Kaiji. Yeah. You could also convince me that that little character is also a Ka. So. I mean, to be fair, it would not be easy to write on a round surface with blood while dying. So I won't judge for the terrible writing of possibly Ka, you know? But first the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief might be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. He's pretty tall. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Base tax evasion. Could have judged a dying man his penmanship. Cut it out. You guys seriously don't know how scary that guy could be. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Let's filter through it. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No. About the evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. I should have gone the other direction. Yes. Can I not read it? Hello? I should be able to read this. Like, logically, I'd be able to read this. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. And then we all went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Do you think? I don't think anyone really knows they're gonna be dead until, like, they're dead. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to the theme park. Oh. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone still's keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant still keeps it clean. Must still keep it clean in the memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in the memory of the crime? Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I'm just saying. Saying what? Ever since being a detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long, he doesn't go crashing through that window. When he gets fired. When he gets fired. Don't say that! The Chief's organ is surely a sight to behold. Occasionally, we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad at that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop the suit of armor from here... At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. That it is. Wow, look at the size of the chief scan's desk. I found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the author half of that list. What would his list be doing here? We better look a little more into this list. Yeah, we have to probably go talk about... Okay, we had to go talk to Edgeworth about it. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, let's go. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about this case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth was on really sad. Yeah. That... What? I thought that was the... Is that not the... I thought that was what I needed to do. Was that not what I needed to do? I felt that was pretty clear that I got the one half. He mentioned that his was so short, like the evidence was short, and usually it's longer than this, and so I try again. Yes, please, because I was entirely certain about that. And I have nothing now. That was my only lead. Was my only lead. Also, if I get 3 more pieces of evidence, I get a 4th page, which is cool. I'll never be able to get the things on, like, it'll take me forever to get the things on the 2nd page. It already does take me forever. It'll take me forever to get to, like, these 3 items. A different person to talk to? Okay. Do I show it to- maybe I show it to Gumshoe first. I just skipped over like a step there, probably. Oh, I see. Present. You. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Lana. Nope. Oh, probably, yeah. No, I already talked. Okay. In the meantime, I'm gonna go try and show Gumshoe. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came up in here? Yeah, looks like the right side of the form has been torn off. So, Mr. Ruthless really was only half the whole thing. Someone else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal. The back? Rotate. Rotate. Whoa! The doodle! I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some sort of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better be quiet for a better now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving like that, Mr. Wright? I don't know, I forget about this picture. Is this not like... No, that's not what I wanted. I want this. No. Do I not have the photo of the stabbing? Oh no, I don't have a photo of it. I only have this photo, right? Interesting. Okay. Oopsies. Nope. Not yet. Okay, so I have to do something else first. Probably over here. Oh, right, the kid. I forgot. I just didn't, like... Did I become sure? I'd like to have you take a look at this. Yeah, I know what that is. So, what, you want to take some fingerprints? That's a good idea, Senator. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints that we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the best time for jokes. Talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. And then once they've been inserted into the principal the rest of the way. What are you, my mom? I don't need to tell this a million times. I give him my best shot. That kind of result would be got from rest of our hands, but it doesn't look like we're good prayer from this point. Let's try to make it then. This one's pretty firm on it. I gave my best shot. Okay. I'm gonna try this one then. It's alright. No, listen, I also want to be, like, done with this case, so I don't mind getting hints. Did I not do all of them? Maybe I missed this one. I thought I did this one first, but I could be wrong. I could have done the... I think I did the pointer finger first. I can't remember. Ah, that's a really clear print. Demos. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they would be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What is that kid's prince doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I in help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. That's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek! She can't. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go out yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. Look, pal. I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Kent was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is who's lurking behind your words. He did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Now I show her this. Oh. Mr. Wright. You've evolved by leaps and bounds. I'm starting to see the hunger in your eyes. Did I just talk over? Oh, okay, I see. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think you're afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I guess she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners up until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have been possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it in the trunk, inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. A murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body,
This was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 case. The serial killer, Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for this that's the reason for this bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems I got the blood on the victim's shoes as well. Then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it to ever be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was in my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Okay, Murray. Good night. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from the Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. At least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubt he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. Rah! 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 We're on to the trial. Let's do it. Whoa, sorry. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777 ID number that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to see what you had to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll be able to ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright? This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Hang on. I should have done it earlier. We're on the same screen, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Once this plays out. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick. Alrighty, I am back with my drink and another snack. For later when I inevitably get hungry again. Yeah. Drinking. And go get a drink. Go drink milk or something. Why not? Listen, I could never just drink milk as a drink. I don't know if it has to do with the fact that I have taste or the fact that I'm lactose intolerant. But I just never. I could never. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding about that first part. Not the second part. I am lactose intolerant. But I was kidding. I was kidding. I do think milk actually tastes good. It's just not good enough for, like, the massive stomachache I'll have, like, an hour later. I actually eat my cereal with milk. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. So mad! Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth an opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. He fucking, like, apparates there like he did in-game. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, OG, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd like to just make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. In the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't. Your Honor, the defendant claim does not change the defense's plea. In my case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would be certainly premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Yeah, Edgeworth! Am I right or am I right? You're so right. You are so right. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I wanted to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Oh, well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Well, he's trusting us, who has the evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Alana sure does. I need to get him okay, I'm gonna press her on everything. Years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, right? Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yeah, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness. Would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. But I have it! Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its evidence, its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please, turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! It's the picture I drew. Indeed, 2 men appeared to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this?
What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list as you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here from when they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let me see. Is something wrong?
You even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing! It's the little guy! He's returned! That's that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh?
Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright that all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in an instant.
To think a flash of lightning could bring such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Near Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I want to look real quick at the... Before I do that, I'm gonna look at the actual thing now. Okay. I'm curious as to what this is here. And this one, you guys can't see this one down here, but this one down here as well. It's very similar. This one comes down to here, but this one only comes up to here. So it's not exactly even, but I am curious about it. This is pretty self-explanatory, but I wonder if this isn't Joe Dark. I mean, that's what we're led to believe, but... You're right, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. What's the contradiction? Welcome back. I'm just gonna press and see if I can think of anything. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should have been still fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is all painted in all black? The flash of lightning was so bright that all I could see were shadows. Yeah. At the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come up to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. That's when the lightning flashed. Or Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. A flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking this so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact. It wasn't influenced anyway from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out. He might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I even heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. Yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Is there? What would the contradiction be? Oh! He was stabbed in the back. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us? What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? It would be like this, right? I think it's this part here? Oh, no. Yeah, I'm like, either it's the weapon or the front. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Oh, that also I guess. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip's broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah, what is the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure that she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ugh. Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupt? Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Was he holding the thing from the trophy? There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. It's gonna be like, it's gonna be that. It's gonna be the actual thing. So I don't have the actual. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this also must be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Lana Sky hangs in the balance. That's not what I wanted. Oh, it's gonna be this one because it has the answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past, right here inside this picture. This is the picture of the award ceremony. Ah, oh sorry. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with the pictures scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed towards the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana. What's the meaning of all this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. When you saw that man, are you assuming you referred to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed forward towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? Well, what else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife, but as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was I gotta help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, think? It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Skye was almost killed Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder that was about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. Now then, what happened? Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who brought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year.
The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange, but I was too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with the winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That way may well be. But what important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation? I do! The vase! Right? It had to have been. If so, then, by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it that Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who was the blue badger really? I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looks similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright? In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. It was probably the vase, right? I mean, it had to be the vase. Doesn't have 3 horns, though. I mean, unless you hold it like that. I mean, yeah, that's pretty convincing right there. Trying to get it to spin around so that I can do it like this, yeah. I mean, if it looks like, if you look at like that, it also looks like it, like, yeah, like that's pretty convincing. Like, I'd believe that in a court of law. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's, what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Right? Or should I do it like this? Yeah, like that. Oh. I have to make it orient, right? Allow me to provide the defense the case hinges on the witness drawing. Yeah. What? Maybe it's asking for this one? Like this? No. At least I'm not losing points for this, because, like...
I guess. Like shallower angle like that or something. Or maybe like that. Yeah, but I need to spin it around. Yeah, there we go. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. Mysterious blue badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So, that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? I'm guessing the murder. I'm gonna save real quick because I know I'm really low on health. Allow me to take in these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Yeah, I'm at like half, but that's still lower than I feel like I've really ever been. Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dirk and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying that the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason is, Mr. Wright? I've finally figured it out. So this was why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please, recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In that next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have had to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture one more. If the man was knocked in the direction of man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah, the pointy, the stabby thing. The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nonetheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If the events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We have the clothing from Neil Marshall with Emma's fingerprints on it.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How could you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. You recall it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. You hope to have anyone believe in your insane allegations. I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? It's the face! I gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name the victim must have left behind is in the evidence. This miss... Ugh. No, it's probably an L. Not L, sorry. Maybe an E? No. No, it wouldn't be an L. Because it's Emma. I don't know. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? I lost her voice. I was doing so well with her voice, and then I lost it. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. Truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the dead. Oh, this maybe? I mean, it has to be this. Right? Yeah, she didn't mean to kill him. Like, we're not, like, accusing her of murder or even, like, attempted murder. Like, it would technically only even be manslaughter, but you could say also, you could argue self-defense for her. Like... Because, like, she was trying to protect someone from getting killed by a murderer. Well, what she thought at the time was a murderer, you know?
This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. Message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not just wiped away. Yes, there is a little blood line here, drawn in blood. Oh! I see it now. I see it now. It just straight up says Emma. It just straight up says Emma. It just straight up says Emma. I was right. Now that's a good way to do a 1107-337. That's a good way. That's a really good way. Because without the extra piece of evidence, I would have had no idea that says Emma. Because of how wiped away it is. Like, I see it now. That just straight up says Emma. Like, all capital letters, Emma. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need is to connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor? I believe it's just E M A. God, I would have no idea. I would have had no idea. I had no idea. That's so good. That's so good. That's so good. No, because it's even better, because my brain connected that, hey, this kind of looks like an E right here. But my brain didn't go past that. It was just a little brain pattern recognition of like, that kind of looks like an E. And I didn't think anything of it. Brains are so interesting. It was like a subconscious thought. I didn't think of it consciously. Right? That one was so good. I loved that one. Cause like there's clearly something with it that like it nags at your brain, but of course your brain really was going to hook on to this piece here because that's the one with the most evidence, and so you're only looking at this once you get it. You're not looking at what you can see subconsciously as pattern recognition. Like this is a very clear like up arrow triangle A. Like, it's very clear. Like, pattern recognition will immediately go, oh yeah, that looks like that. But like, when you put it in the picture of just this piece, nothing. And then when you add this piece to it, it's like, oh, this is the evidence. This right here is the evidence. Like, even though I knew what this would end up, like, leading to, being like, it says the name of a killer, like, even if I stared at this for hours, I probably would not have thought that says Emma. And I would love that. I love that. That is so good. That is so good. And it's such a recognizable shape too. Like it's so good. I love that. Like I genuinely love that. That's a really good puzzle. That's a really good puzzle. I love that one. I think that was my favorite. Honestly. Out of all the twists, I think that one's my favorite. Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make the letters. There's only one thing that the victim would have written, given the circumstances, his murderer's name. Yeah. Oh no, it goes like this. Does it? No? I guess not. I just presented, I guess. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Well, people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy, can't I say I didn't warn you? Or didn't say I didn't warn you. I messed that up. I had an extra I in there. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Yes, it is! Asshole. Fucking hell. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, the fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. Order, order, order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where the trial is headed, no one knows. Let's go! Yes, I would like to save. Trial ladder? Trial ladder. Halfway through the trial! We're gonna finish it today! Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all day while on duty. Run around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you in case there's a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know there are 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? That seems so. You could at least saw some evidence law, really. The prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning on taking him on, you're gonna need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all the allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she was unwillingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more. You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into a dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. The second I'm able to access it, I will be reading that, by the way. Just so I know it. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... I don't know. Like, my initial, like, thought is Damon Gant, right? Like, that's my initial thought. Right? Like... Oh, I didn't see my text hadn't ran out of the panel. Yeah, no, it's Gant. It's Gant. My brain just went, oh, I have to bring a witness forward, right? I have to bring a witness forward. Who, like, between Gant or, like, I don't know. I just wasn't, but it said, like, the real murderer, and I was like, yeah, okay, that's Gant. I leave it them. I want to read the book, though. Okay. That's easy enough. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he still should be in the courthouse. Would also have the least likely. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that one time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. Chief of Police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it the certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Something interesting to note, though. Power outage. How was the elevator working? I don't know if that's just like a plot hole, or if we're supposed to assume that the power went out after the guy ruled the elevator and then everyone else had to climb the stairs. I don't know. Or if it's a magical elevator that doesn't run on power? Or is somehow on a different power? I don't know. But that's just something I noticed that I was kind of a little I feel is like a little weird that we haven't brought up the fact that the elevator was in use during power outage. But oh well. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was just lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse testimony, then I better hit him hard and fast. Oh, no. Okay, I gotta think a little bit harder about this. I'll press. I'm gonna press everything and see if I get anything. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in that room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you immediately ran after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say, he got lucky. What's his side about a power outage? Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden when I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart, though. That's not funny. When I went up to my office, okay, so they mentioned it. The power outage thing. I'm not gonna think about it. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying on a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms, looking back at it now. She must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victims' bodies. It had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better be staring at the court record. Worthy. Always a smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Nothing to do with the forgery. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that claim is not something you can back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So, you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who? Me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only one capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops even further. He'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of Detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My! Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. We would never, exactly. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do observe that I'm the chief. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Oji. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys? Telepathic? Oh boy. I appreciate it if you stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove that you can't prove that you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was legal. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but I suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying that this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come on, Righto, think about it. Ooh. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I can care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Scott. Well, now do you see?
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reap from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is its benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. That the resolution of the SL9s merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motive for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open. Audrey, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I'm gonna be anyone's accomplice if there was something in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help anyone out for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might declare to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is this person you believe that Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana! Because if Lana then went over to the prosecutor's office, he would have a hand in both places. It's just as Angel said. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding? Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite the imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana is keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Or which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective
Bruce Goodman. Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. So what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What? Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? It's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Let's go, Edgeworth! Let's go! Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. I can! Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I did read the book. Which, although it means that any evidence would have to pass through him, as long as I can prove its relevance to the case, I can present it in court. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us his evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. You know, it's unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial. It's gotta be this, right? This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who enters the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list that we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that that's my ID card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. The 7-digit code. 7 digits. You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me. When you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime. Then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. It's this, right? Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have to have given that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. And now that you mention it, I believe I said something about that. I hit space at the bad time. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to your record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Ow. Sorry. When I did that no, my throat decided to do a weird thing and push like the air against a not good spot in my throat, and it hurt. It just completely cut out my voice. I'm good. I just need a drink. I need a drink because like that was not fun. I got that like it was like, you know how different sounds and stuff sit in different portions of your mouth and your throat and stuff to make the different sounds? Yeah, that no was just sitting in a really weird spot. It wasn't sitting in the normal like no position, up in like kind of upper like middle back portion, like that no normally hangs out in your throat. It was in the bottom back. And it like, that's why it went like, no, like it dipped because it like was back there. And because I had so much force when I did it, because I was like, I was false projecting my voice. I was making it sound loud when it really wasn't loud. And I used so much force to do it. It hurt. It hurted. So yeah. So I'm just drinking. Yeah. It had a very similar effect as when you shout something for long enough that like your voice doesn't work anymore.
It was a kind of very similar effect to that. But I'm good. That was also a really cool sprite of his nose sprite. That was a really interesting one. It looked like he was being struck by lightning. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. Yeah, lightning you said, yeah. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone was aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're chief of police. You have an empowered police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth. You mean... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. His body was moved by that car. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why? I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have Mr. Edgeworth transporting evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Scott. Sorry. The drink I'm drinking makes me need to burp a lot. I'm gonna try to be quiet about it. Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. This is a photo of this body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please, say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, Then show your proof and get over with it. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. I can't let him just scrum his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and remember. Just remember. I just gotta. Oh, dang it! I wasn't able to save first. No. There's a couple pieces of evidence that I feel I could argue for. Like, I could argue this one. Because timing, right? It's the right time frame. I could argue... Like, I could argue this. Because this was the knife that was used. Like, this is connected to that, and so is this. But I also feel like I could argue this because, like... But no, that was probably planted by Marshall. And then we still haven't used this. I'm gonna do this one. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. All right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm gonna be late to lunch. I want to save real quick because, like, I don't... Please, Your Honor, just give me a little longer to consider. I'll say it again. Yeah.
I don't know. I already tried the broken knife. That's what I did last time. This doesn't really prove it. Doesn't prove anything. Cardboard? What? This? This? Ah. It's also like this, that we haven't really used the fact that we knew that the halberd was removed. We also just haven't used this. There has to be, right? If there isn't, then it's over. He leaves, and the trial is never finished. Lana is... What do you mean? What do you mean? So what do I do? Alright. I'll just give my best guess, which is this. No use shipping evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Edgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy. I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Ugh. Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There is still someone else, one more witness, who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... Lana. The defendant. Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task is to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance to a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. And in 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in... Hold on! Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I got a lunch date to meet. Is that not clear that he's blackmailing her? Like, that's... wild. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Ooh. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yes, second recess. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take that place at the top now, the girl that you used to work with. What do you mean? Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is he always gonna stay up for hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse testimony. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that's not casually. There's a risk to be involved. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma! Are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. Hmm? I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a second recess. A whole third part. Try a ladder too. Yeah, no, that makes you think that it was only gonna be 2 parts. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? You can't drink. I'm determined to finish it today. Even if it makes it a 4-hour stream, I'm determined to make it. I will finish this today! Hurrah! I just have to do it in one big day, one big motion. One big go! Because otherwise it'll take me probably another 3 weeks. No, yeah, no, yeah, I'm doing it. No, yeah, I'm doing it today. I'm doing it today. Like at this point, I'm doing it today. You know. Oh, just taking a little like mental break. Scooching around in my chair, doing some stretching. Oh. Alrighty. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. Hang on, let me take off my jacket. Oh. Alrighty.
Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, how about your relationship with Chief Gant? Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found prosecutors Marshall, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motive was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now cross-examine. Begin its cross-examination. Wow. Yawning. I worked alongside Gant for years. How many years exactly?
Ever since they made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 at the time, and so that would have been 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
It must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why... But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me so much as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. Did you do so to help your sister out? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. That's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? The prosecutor marshal died of an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality was, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall and wind up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, then what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was also carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Oh, just to protect me. So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. You planted the tip of Dark's knife and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad. Maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it by the chief's desk, but the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Pieces of the jar that shattered. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, the wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt this would have been more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would have been clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction there somewhere, yeah. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention to a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that were shattered during the events threatened my plans." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in its final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his name in the message on the jar, it must not have yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Oof. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are as in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room. I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were so large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. I immediately noticed blood traces in the jar, but it was dark in the room. I didn't have to take it out. I wiped away the blood. The fragments were so large, I was sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and the camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency sleeping all wherever we go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. But are you sure? Because you didn't actually get every last piece. Miss Sky, I believe the jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There was something even more disturbing with the final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night the prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defender have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. They very well will be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once missed an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth the whole time. Ha, can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There was no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you are not implying that this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was the first one in the question is, if he arrived there first, why did he hide that fact 2 years ago? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? Blackmail! In light of what happens afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dirk, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No! I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type that likes to twist the truth. What? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? If something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell all lies then, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might have also been a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor. Sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on this armor's sword? You're the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What, to me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? He really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. I seem to remember getting her something from this. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Yeah, it's somewhere in here. Face check. Oh no, it's not that. Area. Hey! Hey, there's a picture in here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be the claws we found inside Chief Scant's safe? What's this? Yeah, it's the handprint, isn't it? Yeah. That cloth that had fingerprints on it. Whoever his fingerprints are, those must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. You can't. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you've forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Professor Marshall? I don't know. Like, I feel like I should, because, like, the truth will come out, right? Regardless of what I do, but I don't know. Like, like, I feel like I have to show it. Oh, I can't show it because it doesn't have actual relevance to the current trial. Oh, I see. I see. Ooh, teehee. We do a bit of trolling. We do a bit of trolling. I'm still saving, by the way. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence that I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in history of police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't let you just pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I had made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that as evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana had arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work. But it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's this to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for assurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's safe in your vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, the victory is mine. Let me look at the specific wording of this, right? Like, must be relevant to the case on trial. You think it's relevant now? I don't know. Yes, but I don't know if I mean, I've gotten him to admit it, so I guess I succeeded in what I wanted to do. Yeah. I'll show. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes, at last. You finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that this immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho, you're as slow as on the uptake as Everworthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh ho ho ho! You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you, you monster? Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Is it, yeah, like, is it though? Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha, but I'm afraid it is, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one single-handedly turned a poor girl into a murderer. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could possibly be the contradiction? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Oof. The blood splatter? Maybe? There's no blood on it. There's no blood on it. But which one would it be? I think it would probably be this, right? It's supposed to be. This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut off? Yes. His shirt showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Ugh. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. How then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armorer's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, the said person proceeded to write her name on the jar in the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and made Lana believe her sister did it. Remember that you admitted only moments ago that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through this very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Oh, it was so close. That was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegation? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy? Earlier, old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth.
So then what's your excuse, right? Oh, yeah, exclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Oh, did you actually think you'd best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. It's not, actually, because I actually couldn't present that in court because there was no relevance. I'm afraid that Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It's not! It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I didn't illegally conceal it. So I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying that I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Take one look at the picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when that picture was presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this cloth from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moment. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person that could be. Damn it, Gant. The killer was you. Ah ha ha ha. Oh. Ah ha 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 ha. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he'd been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as I was taking out the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only left more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor that I didn't realize my fatal mistake. Bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Skye involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Guzman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't want to have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their job so well. Much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I could feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well then, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, gee. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example of the others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks to all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now that you have Wright out here, and Worthy, with these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence till up until today. So, it seems all the questions that have been raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Skye. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You have suffered every bit as I you suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems as good as self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye.
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. It's been a long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this case finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. For real. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. It's just now after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as I have. You've done well.
We just saw this.
You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't even say a single word to me.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am again. I'll come back later. Yeah, solves this case and an old case and gets the killer who is a chief of police. Yeah, like crazy. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, isn't it? Aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it all up, you call me here. I've seen heavier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, Buzz. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here again because of my sister?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana.
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared about how you would react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Emma. Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on to a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Right? Casual wisdom hours.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure that we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
He's so angry. I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore.
Chief Gant was right. But you're not Edgeworth, you have me!
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth?
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did.
That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present the evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah.
What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Is it the list of evidence? What is it? I feel like this is it, but I don't want to be wrong! Okay, yeah.
That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this.
You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth!
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. He didn't say goodbye to me. Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. They're so gay.
I'd better be going too.
Okay. But I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do.
Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Do 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 do. As for me, I think it's time I started a new journey on my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Funny how Edgeworth pops up at the end of that. Well, don't go tricking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a little different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective! I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see... Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Wait, what? What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. That was wonderful. That was wonderful. I've arranged for a friend of mine to take in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she's pleased cutting over top corner. As for me, this affair has been pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back on the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. That's funny. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation at the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Ah, interesting. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's been keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make a detective. Yes, sir, that I could be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Look at him go! No, he died. Was it? Can't you see him having me a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak the steak in from me. She's seen the cowboy. It looks like he did it. He even gave Bambina back her smile. He makes sure Billy and the gang get their water. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Righty Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. I get it, I get it. I'll never forget what the young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Lift? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or another for how many years? Well, anyway. I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no! I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Is he like the only judge in the fucking... the area? That'd be funny. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training is about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. I see. In a different game. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's this going on? What's going on? Oh, did he resign? Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Aww. That was fun. Although that trial took me like actual ages to get through. It was a good one. It was a good. The ending, the last trial made it worth it. That was great. That was great. I think I said most of my end of game regards for Phoenix Wright Trilogy. Well, the first Phoenix Wright game. When I finished the 4th chapter. But yeah, I will be finishing the rest of that involves in this trilogy, right? But not now. We're gonna be starting another game to play in between, and then either we'll play another game after that, or we'll go back to Ace Attorney, depending on how I feel, and depending on what other games I am playing at the time. So yeah, we will eventually like continue the trilogy and play the second game, but that day is not today, and that well, certainly not today, and that's not next week either. We're gonna be playing a different game. So you'll have to see that not next week. Next week, let me see. I'm not gonna be here the 15th or the 16th. And I may be too tired on the 17th. Sorry, yeah, it's on the 17th. But let me see. Let me look at the date. Let me look at the calendar real quick. Yeah, so the 15th and the 16th, I'm not gonna be here. But the 17th I might. 18th, though. If I stream the 18th, it'll probably be the new game. Most likely be the new game. So we'll see. And then, like tomorrow, what I'm probably gonna do is probably stream with Nick. Friday will probably be, again, Tears. I'm gonna bring back Tears of the Kingdom. We're gonna do Tears of the Kingdom. We're gonna do more Tears of the Kingdom. I'm bringing that back. And so Fridays will be Tears of the Kingdom once again. Yeah, it's so crazy, so crazy, so crazy. And then there might be something Saturday and Sunday. It may end up being me doing things and with the DLC. But I'm probably gonna be doing a lot of the catching Pokemon and grinding the BP off screen. Because of course, that's gonna take a lot of time, and it's just easier for me to do it off screen. So, because it's not gonna be super entertaining to just watch me run around, catching Pokemon and evolving Pokemon and stuff. Especially for like the a lot of them that there are for the DLC. So, yeah, because there's like 300 in the DLC. And that's a lot. That's a lot. And I won't even be able to complete the Pokedex. But when I get enough repair and side quests, I'll stop that and I'll stream that part. And then I'll like fill in the rest of the time with, I don't know, doing something after that. Maybe catching the legendaries and mythicals and stuff that I have access to now. With that. But yeah. So I'll be doing a lot of that grinding off stream. And so, but Saturday might be like doing wheel stream essentially. Or hell, if I decide to stream on Saturday, I might just start the new game then. It really depends. But yeah, we have things we can play. So yeah. I hope you enjoyed. And but yeah, so it was almost a 5-hour stream, which is wild. The recording's only 4 hours and like almost 30 minutes. But I mean, I did take that break like halfway through. So yeah. It was a fun time. It was a fun time. Yeah, no, it was like a 15-minute starting soon screen. 15-minute starting soon screen. So, I mean, that accounts for that. But, yeah. But yeah. Anyway. We're done with this game for now. Which is a kind of like a finally for me. Between, like, the really short streams that I had to do because of school and just being burnt out of this game, I'm glad it's over, but it was a good one. We went out on a good one. We did a final push, which was great. It was great. It was wonderful. So yeah. But yeah, it was just a bad, honestly, it took me a long time because it was a bad like combination of being tired and stuff. It's like, because I can get through a game, right? And be yawning like every minute, and you guys will have like less of a clue because my yawns are not interrupting my talking. But this game that I dedicated myself to just voice act everything, and voice everything is like, it was really easy to tell when I was yawning, and so that became an object of annoyance because my sentences were interrupted by yawning a lot, and so when I play more like platformer games or whatever that I don't like voice everything out, I feel I can go longer for a stream because even if I start yawning every minute, it doesn't cause a problem, you know? So yeah. We'll be for this next semester. This next semester I won't be nearly as tired, I don't think. I have a lot less early mornings. As well as the fact that I have a lot less long days. Although I have classes every single day. They're not, it's like I have classes for only a couple hours. It's not nearly as long as some of the days that I had in the first semester. So yeah. There'll be a lot more consistent streams for me. I'll actually be following my stream schedule again starting this week. But yeah. it's exciting. I'm very excited. To actually get back into it with a schedule and shit and not just do shit as I want. The Pokemon episodes are being still edited. There's only 2 left for me to edit. And after that, we'll be going back to Security Breach Ruin. I have a couple episodes in limbo right now. But once we do that, I'll go back to recording Security Breach Ruin, and I'll finally have Security Breach Ruin done. I probably won't do a recorded series after that. I do have 1 recorded episode of Hades, but I think I'll just stream that instead. Maybe I'll put it on the wheel or something. I think I'll just stream that instead. Because recorded series take a lot of effort from me because I have to not only find a time to record, but also a time to edit. And so yeah, it becomes a problem because of that, is because I need to spend like double the time. And although I can do those during the day, I'm gonna be busy during the days now. It was less of a problem when I had like when I was free majority of my days, but I'm not. So yeah, we won't be really doing recorded series unless there's like a game that my computer cannot handle playing the game and streaming it at the same time, like Security Breach. But yeah, that's kind of the whole plan. I'll probably state this plan again at the end of a not so long stream, so people don't have to, you know, like, so if someone watches my videos, only watches the short ones, like, they don't have to sit through this 4.5 hour long video at the end of a series. You know? Oh no, your Twitch died. That's alright. But anyway, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna go to bed. It's 2:40 a.m. I still have to do my Genshin dailies. No, I don't. I did them. I finished those. I have to do my Honkai ones though. We don't need to count those, okay? We don't need to count those. It's a placeholder word. It's like, you know? You know? I'm not gonna say it again. We're gonna end it here. I hope you enjoyed the finaling of this. You're making this worse. The finaling of this series, this game. It's not the end of the series, because there's some more. This is why I don't end my streams at 2 a.m. anymore. This is why I don't shut the fuck up. We're going now. I know. There's a reason I got a reputation for really long outros. Bip calls me out on it all the time, but I'm gonna end it. This is the end. Bye bye. I hope you enjoyed. Bye. I hope to see you in the next one. Bye bye.